27 miles away.
That's the way, 27.
Southend 86 miles, so that apart.
Overarching with 27, 86.
Going 2501 journey, clear takeoff.
2040, clear takeoff, runway 27.
Hathaway Limburger, Power Cutter Company, bus stop, 927, Fastway, runway 27.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Hello, why do I sound like I'm screaming? Stand by 1 second. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, mods. Let me know if my audio sounds all right. I sound a little overmodulated, but it could be my headset. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm just a tad late. You know, traffic on the 405 to the 5 getting down here in San Diego. Wasn't too bad, but still about 2.5 hour drive. So sorry, sorry I'm a little bit late. Of course, we haven't missed anything. We got the heavies on their way in as well. So sit back, relax. We're all good audio-wise? All right, then it's just my headset then. All right, good to be back here in this classy city, San Diego. All right, let's get to the planes. Enough of me.
Southwest of you, 700 feet.
Got a little marine layer there in the near the coast. See Eddie? I think he's going to stay out there over the ocean. It's a beautiful day here in San Diego. Let me give you some information on some of these flights. The Delta flight coming in from JFK, flight 552, Delta Airlines flight 552, and A321neo. Southwest Airlines flight 1772 heading to Oakland, a 737 MAX 8 lining up there on runway 27. One runway here in San Diego, runway 27. So we got all arrivals, all takeoffs happening on runway 27.
Texas 48 Limburger, Tower 1230. 7, clear land. 1772, connect. Alright, connect on the 1772.
But what a beautiful day. Look at that. Nice blue skies, blue water. Boy, I sound okay. My headset, I sound horrendous in my headset.
3212, Lieutenant Bravo 8, turn on Bravo eastbound, Kate Dot, connect ground, good day. Left up.
All right, just double checking with the mods one more time. Sound is okay.
3212.
Next arrival is a MOA 1, Southwest Airlines Flight 2480, committed from San Jose, California, 737 at max 8. All right, I sound fine. All right. Boy, it doesn't sound that way in my head. Last time we were here, we saw a MOA 1. I know. Time to ignore the voice in my head. I'll tell you, I sound horrible. I'm glad I don't sound that way to you guys, because boy, oh boy, if the audio sounded like what I'm hearing in my headset to you guys at home, you'd be like, Kevin, you got to fix the audio. That just sounds horrendous. We do have our first heavy, Japan Airlines Flight 66, coming in from Tokyo to Narita, 787-8 Dreamliner, just 4 minutes out. One second here, guys. I'm having an issue with my pad. Of course, as I do that, I don't know what that was. What was this that just landed here? It's an A319. A MOA 1 heading into the gates of Terminal 2. Let's go back to this. What was this? What is that? GCA. Nice cheat line. GCA. I have never seen this plane before in my life. Looks like it's, unless it crosses back over 27, it looks like it's heading to the gates of Terminal 1. And our legend Jane with a $550 super chat through tip alert. Jane says, have a great Tuesday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support as always. We can't thank you enough. Legend Jane with an awesome tip alert coming through. Thank you so much, Jane. Enjoy the show. Gotta investigate what that A319 is. Never heard of it before. GCA. You never know what you're gonna see here in California. That is what's great about these airports here in Southern California. Strange things appear. Thank you so much, Jane. Pina Colana says they will cross over and park just west of Signature Aviation. James says it came in from El Paso. Well, certainly got our attention. Oh, it's an A320, not an A319. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. This should cross over, like you guys were saying, over 27. We got our next arrival. Arrival was United Airlines flight 660 coming in from Chicago O'Hare, brand new A321neo. Next up is Japan Airlines flight 66 coming in from Tokyo Narita on the 787-8 Dreamliner. There is a Alaska flight going to be taking off heading to Portland. Flight 1073 is 737-900ER. But we'll go to the Japan Airlines heavy. First heavy arrival of the stream here today. something Airlines. Maybe you guys with your big screen TVs at home can read the fine print. Global Crossing Airlines. Thank you, Adrian. Never heard of it.
Flight 2027 number Darwin 240, break 27, your name.
All right, I think we're back. Boy, I actually sound normal now on my end. Ed's having one of those days. In fact, all of the equipment's having one of those days.
Yeah, 3347, Mike. Okay. Good night. Apologies, you'll want to
That E-Jet coming in from Salt Lake City, Alaska Horizon Flight 2077. Alaska Airlines Flight 899 heading to Kona, 737-800. Should be the next takeoff, though it's sitting over there, not ready yet.
Good morning, Gale.
DF KLM Flight 639, committed from Amsterdam, a 787-9 Dreamliner, just 2 minutes out. just bear with me, guys. I'm having a little difficulty with some equipment here this morning, so stand by. Let's head into our next heavy arrival, KLM 787-9 Dreamliner coming to from Amsterdam.
Lunenburg at house on 40 in position. Caution and wait for like 94.7. 1230, 727 Clearland.
This United flight heading to Denver, 737-800, United Airlines flight 1337. Finally got the equipment to start working. Boy, oh boy, you take a week off and this is what happens. Say Delta 757, I'm not quite sure if it's going to be crossing over 27, as it looks like it. That might be the flight to Detroit. American Airlines coming in from Philadelphia, flight 1621 at A321 Neo. The Delta 757-200 is indeed heading to Detroit, flight 492. Looks like it will have to cross over 27. As you know, they are just a few weeks away from opening the brand new terminal here in San Diego, Terminal 1. A lot of construction still going on the taxiways. So more than likely we'll see all heavy aircraft. Even though a 757 is not heavy, the wingspan still is a little bit large, so looks like they are crossing the bigger jets over 27. Super chats. I apologize. Alvanor 0293 with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alvanor. Says even stranger things can appear in the wild blue yonder. That is true. You never know what you're going to see here in San Diego. Of course, we got ships, boats, planes, trains, automobiles. Flight heading to Albuquerque, New Mexico, 737-700. We do have that Delta 757 heading over here to 27. What's arriving next, Allison? Oh, Rouge. Air Canada Rouge. American Airlines heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Flight 2687. Harmont, the super chat. Good to see ya. This is Grand Columbia de Aviation, SAS, operating as GCA Airlines, was a Colombian airline subsidy of Aviair Airlines. Good to know. Well, you never know what you're going to see, right? That's definitely a catch of the day. Anthony Summers with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Anthony. Says, greetings, Kevin. Hope all is well. Love the view. 2 thumbs up. Good to see you, Anthony. Well, I think I'll settle in here today, Anthony. I was kind of rushing up here today. All the equipment kind of not working with me. Eventually we'll get there. Give me a few more minutes. here today. That was a JetBlue flight coming up from Boston, flight 219 to A321. Next arrival, American Airlines in the Stand Up to Cancer livery, flight 2050 coming up from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, to A321. Special livery of the day. Of course, you can't really see the special livery. Oh, a little bit. Look at that. Of course, we'll also see that take off. Alaska flight heading to Kona. Alaska Airlines flight 899 to 737-800. Hartmont back with a super chat. Appreciate that. This is Global Crossing Airlines Incorporated is an American Part 121 domestic flag and supplemental charter airline headquartered in Miami, Florida. Well, I wonder what it's doing here. Obviously picking somebody up, dropping somebody off. Avenor 0293 back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Avenor. Says hot button issue. GCA apparently assists ICE with deportation flights. I'll leave it at that. And I disagree. Yeah, we don't like to get into politics, but we're here for the planes. No matter what their cargo is. Excuse me, we'll definitely keep an eye on that A320. Of course, I got my eyes on all the Navy over there, North Island as well. It's Delta. Should be the next takeoff. K-Me with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, K-Me. So excited to be here with everyone today. Good to have you, K-Me. Again, this Delta 757-200 heading to Detroit. All right, Delta, all ready to go. To head to the Motor City, all lined up there on runway 27.
Pick up 27 at Charlie 1.
Off she goes.
Yep, short at Charlie 1. Yeah.
754 limit 2206 runway 27 man.
Mr. Alpha Echo. The $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Since the El Toro Y, the 5 and the 4-5 to Lake Forest Drive can be an absolute pain if you're headed towards San Diego. Yeah, I wouldn't say there was like a long line of traffic here today, Christopher. It was just your typical 2.5 hours stop and go along the way. Not the worst. Definitely not the worst traffic we've seen heading down here. Alaska Skywest, flight 3347, heading to SFO on this Asia. Next arrival is Breeze, flight 754, coming from Raleigh, Durham, Airbus A220-300. And our legend chain, gifting 50 Airline Infinity's live memberships on top of that awesome tip alert. Thank you so much and awesome support. 50 more memberships being sent out here today.
Please, can we get the south sector?
Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. Let me give you a shot of the bay. Boy, it is a beautiful day for plane spotting here. Hardly any haze. Of course, we got those aircraft carriers still sitting over here. So hopefully we'll see some action in the bay throughout the course of the day.
Someone never talked. 101, straight southbound off the Bowl 52995, report it. Keep here. Track 47, 1
right, another corporate jet, exec jet, going to be lining up at runway 27.
Monkey 764, Bravo 8,
Bravo 8, Bravo, over.
Ooh. Here we go.
Departing at 539. 3236, wind 26, turning 2, take off.
Looks like I see 7. Plus 3236.
Six 6056, traffic 3 miles on 1,000 feet sending Airbus. Behind that traffic, then at your ramp at your own risk. Wind at 260 to port 90 degrees.
Good drop. Request visual separation.
Also, the Coast Guard coming back into base.
Traffic. Landing sure it's Coast Guard ramp, Coast Guard 606.
216 approved. Delta 1296, traffic holding the 100 feet Coast Guard helicopter has you in sight. Standing business operation.
So 96 will get me that.
Looks like it's going to make another circle.
Bravo 5 ground, good day.
Bravo, on ground, 1296. Dallas, Coast Guard 6056, landing Coast Guard ramp.
All right, getting some other action besides here at the airport. Member, thank you so much, Jason. And our friend Chip, 757 Chip with the $10 super chat. Good to see you, Chip. Still good to see you. Last week, Chip. We'll be back in November. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. That Southwest flight arriving, coming in from Sacramento, flight 4344, 737 MAX 8. This MAX 8 heading to Sacramento, flight 2302. Bravo, short final, 27.
Have a good day, South 100. Thank you.
Spirit in the birthday cake livery. Of course, Spirit announcing they're going to be pulling out of San Diego. We got more aircraft heading down here for takeoff on runway 27. That Spirit flight coming in from Vegas, flight 2560 at A320. Wilbur writes, hello, Wilbur. The $20 super chat, thanks so much, Wilbur. Says, just for the record, this was all my idea. Orville only wanted to run a bike shop. You got the right idea there, Wilbur. Thank you. Another exact checks lining up. Terminal 1, I believe, here, San Diego International, I believe it opens. What week are we in? Today's the 9th. 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks.
South 5, Merck South, Everett, 0.7378 mile, 7, stop plane, 574.
Southwest Airlines heading to Baltimore, Maryland. Flight 574 is 737 MAX 8. Followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1137 heading back to Seattle, a 737 MAX 9. Followed by Southwest Airlines Flight 794 heading to San Jose, California, 737-700. Steve. The super chat, thanks so much, Steve. This is Hi LA Dudes from Steve, Debbie, James. They're in the UK Dudes. Hello, UK Dudes. This is starting to cool off there in the UK. This flight, a 737 MAX 9 heading back to Seattle, already lining up a 27 as a MAX 8 now rotating off. Arriving was American Airlines coming in from Chicago O'Hare, flight 2131, a 737 800. Southwest flight's going to be taking off here next. The first one heading to San Jose, California, flight 794, 737-700, followed by a flight heading to Dallas Love Field, flight 1860 on the 737-700.
Randy at 4 and 6.27 takeoff.
We have another Coast Guard helicopter going to be launching here.
7, contact tower. Bravo 605. At 1860, connect to departure. Bravo 1860. Number Tower and 2408 on a 73rd landing. To the Bravo 8 contact ground today. Always ground to the southwest.
I believe there's these are Coast Guard boats as well, heading back into base. All right, now that we have a little break in the action, I can go on camera and kind of fill you guys in for something happening in November. Hello, everyone. I'm Plane Jockey Kevin. We're back here in San Diego at San Diego International Airport. Should be a busy day here, full of action. So sit back, relax, got you covered. Of course, we have everything going on in the Bay. Of course, the Navy as well, and anything else that we see. You never know what you're going to see, certainly here in San Diego. The Southwest flight flying over my head. All right. So I made a little announcement on Walt's show, Runway DFW, yesterday. Rudy and myself will be heading back to Dallas early November. We're going to fly in on Saturday, November 8th. We'll do the big Sunday show at Founders Plaza on the 9th. And we might throw in an extra show on Monday the 10th as we fly back on the 11th. So again, if you'd like to come out and meet both me and Rudy, they're in November. November 9th, the big Sunday show will be on location there at Founders Plaza there at DFW there in Dallas. And then we'll throw in a possible Monday show as well. That will also be about the time that we released the new behind-the-scenes video with Southwest Airlines that we shot last week. So we'll all kind of blend it together. We'll have a Dallas week, big Sunday show there in Dallas, as well as the launch of our new BTS there with Southwest Airlines. So that is one piece of news. Now we're also going to be going to New York. Do I give you the dates for that? I'm not going to yet because I have not got it confirmed. I need to get it confirmed from the TWA Hotel, and then we'll announce the dates on that. But just so you guys have kind of an idea where it is, it's mid-October. Mid-October. More on that as I get information. So that should give you guys enough time to make plans if you want to come out and visit Rudy and I there in Dallas. Again, November 9th, it is a Sunday. We'll have the big Sunday show there at Founders Plaza at DFW. Of course, myself and Rudy will be there. Be there, a big square. Boston, you guys were asking about Boston. I can't do Boston this fall, unfortunately. I can only make 2 trips. I can only make 1 trip to the East Coast, and that would be New York. And then we also have Dallas. We'll also throw in SFO as well as Phoenix. So we got Phoenix back in the mix. Texas, flight 2237, a 737-900, followed by Delta Airlines flight 932, heading to Atlanta. seeing that A320
Yeah, 2237, perfect.
probably taking off here in the next 20, 30 minutes. Tessa asking Kevin and crew, is there any possibility of you guys coming to the UK anytime in 2026? I never rule it out, though it's not on the short plan, so to speak. I should say the short list. My audio in my headset is horrendous. I sound horrible. That's why I'm not talking very much today. Like a MOA 1 also pushing back from Terminal 2. Again, this Delta flight heading to Atlanta, flight 932. And a MOA 1 is going to be heading to Houston, 737 MAX 8. Southwest Airlines flight 2480.
Delta 930 is 21230. When we see second takeoff. 27 Delta 932.
Have another exact jets next up for arrival, NetJets. Flight was coming in from Santa Barbara, California, Challenger 650.
932,
Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 894, coming in from Atlanta, Georgia, an A321, followed by United Airlines Flight 2033, coming in from Newark on a 737 at MAX 8.
Use costing for person in the RSA at the Pepsi, 2006 and 276.
Thank you, Mod. I gotta tell you, this is about the clearest day that we've had here out of all the shows here in San Diego. You can see pretty clear over there on North Island. Someone's jamming out to some music. That's some jamming music. Next heavy arrival is British Airways Flight 265, committed from London Heathrow, 777-300ER, just 1 hour and 56 minutes away. Followed by Lufthansa Flight 466, committed from Munich on the A350-900, just 2 hours and 36 minutes away. Of course, we've had Japan Airlines as well as KLM, both Dreamliners, already arriving here today.
For personnel in the RSA happy 24011 runway Airline.
So Amoa 1 should be our next takeoff. Of course, it's passing in front of the new Terminal 1. We'll be opening up here in just a few weeks. I see Sarah, the real deal, in the chat. Sarah, did you go to Boston Logan? Did you see the last JetBlue E190? Today's the last day with JetBlue officially retiring the E190 out of their fleet. Today was the last flight from JFK to Boston. When I was at Southwest last week, I told them that I said, did you guys see the drone? That drone that we spotted in San Diego? They said, no. I said, yeah, there was a drone flying just to the left of the flight path, and your Amoa 1 was landing as the drone was underneath it. The look on their face, they love their Amoa 1. They were not happy by that. Bravo, short funnel for runway 27. All right, off to Houston. Now rolling down to 27. Southwest flight coming in from Dallas Love Field, flight 2305. Michelle asked one of the great mods with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Michelle. Michelle says, what to my wondering eyes should appear, an announcement of DFW coming so near. Are you going to make it? Are you going to make it? Is that enough time for you, Michelle? Michelle was not too happy. You know, Michelle's one of our great mods. She lives there in Dallas. Last week, I did a pop-up stream. It was a vertical stream. It's not a real stream. It was just a, hi, we're here type of stream. Of course, I stopped by Walt Runway DFW as well on Wednesday. But really, that trip out to Dallas last week was really to go shoot that behind-the-scenes video with Southwest Airlines. Anything else was just cherry on top. But we'll be back with our main show on November 9th. All right, we should be seeing this A320 start its taxi here shortly. Michelle says maybe. Well, no excuse this time, Michelle. Yeah, that is Veterans Day weekend, and we were looking at a long weekend so Rudy could join me. So that's why we're going on Veterans Day weekend. You're right, Carl. There is no Cowboys game that Sunday either. Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 2125 coming from Minneapolis in A321. Followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1108 coming from Seattle on the 737 at MAX 9. Oh, you're going to hear a little knocking. This guy's down here constructing this building.
Contact ground. Well, crowd on 2125.
The Zane Explorer with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Zane. Aloha, Kevin. How was your first Southwest Airlines flight and the tour of the headquarters? Thank you, Zane. I talked a lot about it on Sunday. So that was my first time on a 737 MAX 8, both to Dallas and back to LA. And I'll be honest, it just felt like another 737. It's the aircraft landing over there on North Island. That E320 now starting its taxi. Thank you, Alan Ashton. Says excellent location.
Robert, I over Dallas. So.
Guess we're saying that was a P8 Poseidon. But your second question, Zane, was about the headquarters. We had a great time, 2 days, seeing every aspect there of Southwest headquarters there, just outside of Dallas Love Field. Quite the setup, a well-oiled machine, a very well-oiled machine. You'll see it all. And we launched that video coming up in early November. All right, swing over for our next arrival. Another exec jet. Actually, no, I think this is American Eagle. No, exec jet. Global 5000, not sure exactly where it was coming in from. Our next arrival is Alaska Airlines Flight 35, coming in from JFK, is 737-800. Followed by Delta Airlines Flight 2533, coming in from Seattle, is 737-800. Southwest Airlines Flight 1700 heading to Oakland, California, 737 at MAX 8, waiting to take off there on 27. Also, Southwest Airlines Flight 1989 heading to Vegas on the 737-700, also marching down to the runway 27, as well as United Airlines Flight 755 heading to Dulles and the 737 at MAX 9. Also, Air Canada Rouge, Flight 1682, heading back to Toronto in an A319, also heading down to 27.
company traffic is the speed here now, northbound, the further the better. You'll have a different there, 3
is it English with a $7.50 super chat through tip alerts. It's again for San Diego. Yes, San Diego. Good to be back here. Been a few weeks since we've been here. If you guys have any up, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast. If you're new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Our next live broadcast will be back in LA on Friday evening. Little Nighthawk action high atop the H Hotel. This next Southwest 737-700 already cleared for takeoff.
You got it at 55, that's 4 miles, but you said last one. I will look to 70, that's 55. I was at record contact instead of motor.
That's like block, that was 1700.
You can double. No, it's a few seconds there. Sometimes you need to appreciate the help. Go to it. Thank you.
Arrival, short funnel for 27. Christopher Brown. At the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. So Singapore to LAX is 9 hours. LAX to JFK is 5 hours. Singapore to JFK is 18 hours. I get the Great Circle route in Jetstream's mathing. Singapore to LAX is not 9 hours. I think you're thinking of the 777 from Tokyo Narita. So the earlier flight 12 comes in from Tokyo Narita, originating in Singapore, stopping over in Tokyo Narita, and then on to LAX. And that flight 11 heads, it's technically heading to Singapore, but again, it stops in Tokyo Narita.
For 1682, we'll be ready to take off.
1682, let the tower run with you, 7 foot.
Alright, yourself to take off, over.
All right, we got that Air Canada Rouge A319 heading back to Toronto.
Flight 710, leading down the 3014, contact code.
Hello, Dallas, up to 345, mile 27.
So 4045, let the tower run with you, 7 foot. 446, number 12. 446, express to the Bravo, take that.
All right, we'll turn and burn.
We passing Ocean Beach Creek.
American flight heading back to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, flight 19 at 46. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 4345, Kevin from Sacramento at 737-700. Followed by Southwest Airlines flight 2206, Kevin from San Jose, California, also 737-700.
Northbound, remain outside of Boston. People have traffic just off the Pacific. The 860 we pulled in the traffic light. 046 traffic, 4 south, I think don't even take the 4 south, that's why we pushed it. Maybe I'll see the traffic, it's fine. A little less than 2 feet.
Dallas, lined up there, runway 27.
in 1946, only 2 cents.
That's 1946, clear for takeoff.
Room 5 Alpha Foxtrot, I need you to go 500 before you enter my airfield.
Descending 5 Alpha Foxtrot.
American 1946, how the first ticket is?
American 1946, proceed up right back.
I'm just going to jump on camera here and welcome you guys. I am Plane Jockey Kevin. We're here in San Diego. Another beautiful day here in the Southland. I got to tell you, this is probably one of the clearest days that we've had since we've been coming down here to San Diego. Boy, oh boy! Of course, we're here for the up-close shots as the planes fly directly over my head as they land on runway 27. Sit back, relax. We're just getting started here today. Hope you guys are all having a great week so far. Our next live broadcast will be on Friday. We'll be heading back up to the H Hotel. Start time for that show is 4 p.m. local time. That is 4 p.m. Pacific. It is a late show as it is the official launch party up there high atop the H Hotel for Spot LAX weekend. A lot of you guys come into town, so we'll see you there. And of course, we'll have Nighthawk action that night from high atop the H Hotel, something we haven't had in a while. So sit back, relax, enjoy the awesome sights and sounds here in classy city, San Diego. Thanks, you guys. No, Charlie is back in Phoenix. He is hard at work, logging all that video from the Southwest Airlines BTS. What up?
Your altitude including 500 if unknown appears moving southbound.
5 Alpha Foxtrot has traffic. Long
5 Alpha Foxtrot, your discretion replacement from that traffic. You're leaving my to the north with the changes approved. Good day.
Brief change 5 Alpha Foxtrot. South Pacific here. Traffic has.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Charlie's going to be busy. He's going to be busy for the next few months. So I do need to pull him away from the project when we head to New York, TWA Hotel, hopefully mid-October. So Charlie will be out there with me. And then Rudy will be heading out to DFW with me in November.
Will report when complete. Thank you.
Next takeoff, Southwest Airlines Flight 3307 heading to Denver, 737 MAX 8. Followed by United Airlines Flight 1483 heading to Denver on an A321neo. A321neo with United, pretty new, just delivered in July of this year. Friend Jim with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Jim. Hi, Kevin. One bonus for flying the 737 MAX planes. Extra law between first and economy. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Wait, first and economy. Well, not on Southwest. I did not. No extra love there on the Southwest 737 MAX 8s. In fact, I think what you're talking about is the MAX 9. The surfliner below us here. I think it's on the 9. Definitely on the 9. The 8, I don't think it has it. This is that pretty brand new A321neo with United, just delivered in July.
Runway 27, United 43.
United 14. Runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. 7 United 1483.
United 43, contact the tower departure.
United 83 pushing departure. We'll see you next time.
American 21, one more tower, are you ready to go?
Ready to go. 21, 22.
American 21 to runway 27, clear for takeoff.
27. American 21.
American Airlines Flight 2122 heading to Phoenix, Arizona, 737 MAX 8. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Yes, I just wore that shirt yesterday. How you guys doing? Good, good, good. When's the exact date of the opening? 20. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, no wonder I'm confused then. Okay.
American 2120, that's the call departure.
23rd. Okay. What day of the week is that? That's Tuesday? That would make sense. So 2 weeks from today. That would make sense. Tuesday the 23rd, so it's 2 weeks from today. So I was right when I was saying 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from today, the 23rd of September, is when the new Terminal 1 opens up. Guess they'll have a few extra gates to play around with, won't they? Yeah. That's right. That's right. Okay. Huh. From here? Yeah. Right. Yeah, they got the old, that old livery in here today. Yeah, the birthday cake. Yeah. Yeah. People call it what? Skittles. I don't know. That might be the last time. What are they pulling out? 1st of October. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The running joke, I guess, not really a running joke, but you know they're going to demolish Terminal 5. That's where they're at LAX. So they're going to rebuild it. Yeah. So the joke is who's going to go first, Terminal 5 or Spirit? I mean, really what it comes down to is if Spirit goes out first, then they don't have to worry about moving them somewhere else. So. Oh, it is? Oh, nice. Right. Huh. Yeah. I flew out of Terminal 1 last week. That is actually really nice. They've done a good job with that one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the front, the north side of the gate area is pretty much the same. It's like one big open space. But if you remember back in the day, it just had seats galore. But they did a good job adding shops and restaurants in there and whatnot. I have never been in 6. Yeah. They still. Yeah. Yeah, they still got that problem. That's where I was a couple weeks ago, yeah. Is that heat coming off of that? Oh, it is? Cool. Okay. Yeah, they're all gone. Something tells me that's what that drone was looking at that day. So, yeah.
Do you think it was like a sitting thing?
Southwest 2622, one more tower, 27, clear to land.
How we all doing? If you guys hit that like button yet, I know we just crossed over 1,000 likes. Next arrival is Air Canada, flight 1014, coming in from Vancouver, 737 MAX 8. Followed by Southwest Airlines, flight 2622, coming in from Denver on a 737-800. British Airways flight 265 coming up from London Heathrow at 777-300ER, just 1 hour and 14 minutes out, running about 20 minutes early here today. And Lufthansa flight 466 coming up from Munich on an A350-900, 1 hour and 57 minutes away, also running about 12 minutes early so far.
Southwest 1795 to be ready at the end. South.
Southwest 1795, this is arrival prior to departure.
Correct.
Air Canada 1014, enable, contact ground.
Southwest Airlines flight 1795 heading to Austin, Texas. The 737 MAX 8 should be our next takeoff. Followed by the American Airlines and the stand-up to cancel delivery flight 1954 heading to Charlotte in an A321 at number 2 for takeoff.
Wind 240 at 5. Southwest 2053, Southwest 241 position and mode 27, sir.
27 foot left.
Southwest 2542. The tower has to be holding a position on way 27. 1795 on way 27, cleared for good.
1795.
Hold that American A321. Again, this stand-up to cancel special livery flight heading to Charlotte. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 2053, coming from SFO, 737-800, followed by Southwest Airlines flight 2542, coming from Salt Lake City. That is 737-700. Friends. Wave! Kathy and Mike hanging out with us. Surfliner heading into downtown San Diego below us.
That's 1954 and way 27, cleared for traffic 2.5 final.
27 cleared. American 1954.
Again, this flight heading to Charlotte and this A321 now rolling down the 27. Delta A321 going to be lining up, heading back to JFK, flight 5542. Hello, Chad and Goldberg.
Driving clear for takeoff. 55. Tower 605. Let's double down, full stop, coast over.
Cooper 605, September Tower, on a 3-mile final is a full leaving 1,400, credit for airspace as requested, altimeter 292. Then we'll be at your own risk.
Coast Guard helicopter coming back in the base.
Clear to Bravo, we have both left. Maintain visual separation, 605.
Cooper 605, 6 reservation approved. Delta 2216, Coast Guard helicopter will be operating at all times as you guys maintaining visual. Delta 5, contact for ground departure.
Atlanta 08, executive 396.
Southwest 909, Monday Tower, holding a position runway 27, clear to line. Jet speed 182, turn left 07, traffic holds for you, contact us. If you link it to the way off, this is for an immediate.
Have a Breeze flight number 2 for takeoff, heading back to Raleigh, Durham. Breeze Airways flight 755 and Airbus A220-300. Such a beautiful day for plane spotting here. Getting a little toasty. But Southland's going to be cooling down this week. So if you guys are coming out to spot LAX there at LAX, should be mid 70s, certainly no 80s. And of course it will cool down at night. So bring your jackets if you're going to be out plane spotting past 7 p.m. arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 2909, coming up from Vegas, 737 at 700. Followed by Alaska Airlines at 1395, coming up from Cabo, at 737 at MAX 9. Followed by United Airlines flight 2486, coming up from Houston, Texas, 737 at 900 ER. Definitely clear weather. Okay. They still playing? Okay. Okay. Really? It's just been sitting there. Yeah, really. Huh. Oh, they're here in town too? Oh, interesting. Was it packed? That's crazy. That is crazy. Good for them. Good for them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Who are they playing against? Yeah. Is that the black uniforms? Who's the pink uniform? Oh, I've never seen that one. Oh, party animal, sorry. Breeze aircraft heading it back to Raleigh-Durham. Moxie cleared for takeoff there on 27. Next arrival, already short final. Arriving was Alaska Airlines flight 1395, coming from Cabo, the 737 MAX 9. The Southwest flight heading to Phoenix, flight 2305, a 737 MAX 8, followed by American Airlines flight 2131, heading to Chicago O'Hare in a 737-800.
We'll hold this position with 26 runway 27 clear to land.
Let's head to our next arrivals, heading to runway 27.
American 466 over time between runway 27 and possible. Also 2305.
Report 2305.
One thing I could not believe on my tour at the Southwest hangar is the front landing gear on the 737 MAX 8. Those tires are smaller than the tires on my SUV. You get up close and personal with those tires, you're like, oh my gosh, those are small. Go figure, my car has bigger tires than a 737. That Spirit in the birthday cake livery. Of course, Spirit will be heading out of San Diego in a few weeks. No more Spirit here in SAN. Danny says they're like 17-inch tires. They are small. I could not believe that. Hey, we do have a ship alert. Ship alert. A ship on the move. Southwest heading to Sacramento, flight 2190 of the 737-700. That Spirit flight heading back to Vegas, flight 2565. We also have JetBlue heading to Boston, flight 220 and an A321. Terry M with the $2 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says, hi, Michigan buddy. Thanks for the show in San Diego. Oh, my pleasure. Good to see you, Terry. Hope all is well there back in good old Michigan. Gary with the $5 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Gary. Is it me, or is your camera position? It appears that all the aircraft coming in to this airport are crowding to the left as they land. Yes. It's a position we don't get to see too often with this kind of clear view of the We're up a little bit higher too, so we get to see, we're looking down. And of course, it is a tad windy. There is some crosswind going on. Let's go back to the ship. Arrival is a Southwest flight, Flight 2004, committed from Boise, Idaho, 737-700. Followed by Delta, Flight 2172, committed from Detroit on an A321. At this JetBlue A321 heading to Boston. A320 in the birthday cake livery. Heading back to Vegas.
Bravo 9er, taxi to spot, contact ramp 129er.77.
Bravo 19er, upper and delta 22.
Spirit 2565, wind 08, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Runway 27, clear for takeoff. United 682, just in position. You're still clear to land.
Let's go back. Let's get back to that ship, heading out to sea.
2565, contact SoCal American. That's by the departure, Airline. That's good.
Southwest flight coming in from El Paso, Texas, flight 508. We do have Japan Airlines Flight 65, the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita. It's a 787-8 Dreamliner. Starting its taxi, we'll be heading over here to 27 shortly. Followed by Southwest Airlines heading to Indianapolis, Indiana, flight 4345, a 737-700. There is the Dreamliner heading our way. We should also be seeing the KLM Dreamliner. 787-9 Dreamliner. This Japan Airlines Dreamliner is an 8 series. What is this? Coming for you. Can you imagine 3 boats coming at you like that? you know you're in trouble. Reminds me of the opening scene to Magnum P.I. Up next for arrival. Heavy arrival is British Airways Flight 265, committed from London Heathrow, 777-300 ER.
Southwest 43, runway 27.
No, I am off the next couple of days. Well, off. We won't be live streaming. Our next live broadcast is back in LA on Friday. High atop the H Hotel is the official launch party of Spot LAX weekend, Cranky Dork Fest weekend up there in LA. A lot of you guys will be in town. That show will start at 4 p.m. Pacific. We'll have Nighthawk action on Friday. Once again, high atop the H Hotel. Southwest flight heading to Boise, Idaho. Flight 1946 to 737-700. Will be followed by Delta Airlines Flight 1453 heading to Salt Lake City in an A321. Also, Alaska Airlines Flight 1097 heading to Seattle on a 737 MAX 9.
1453,
Thank you, Francis. Francis says I always do a great show here in San Diego.
1453, runway 27, quick stop.
They got 27, 1453.
Flight heading back to Seattle, already lining up, runway 27. Got that Japan Dreamliner. I think it's going to cross over 27, so we will have it on the north side of the runway.
Delta 453, contact SoCal departure.
Departure, have a good afternoon, Delta 1450.
Are you guys coming up this weekend? Thinking about it? Okay.
Contact 14, number 12508.
Yeah, that was sold out, I think, in a half an hour. Okay. Well, they're doing a little bit different. If you want to be included in the prize, you got to register. So just make sure to do that. Cranky Flyer, I think, is the... It's fun. It's quick. It's fun. Okay. Okay. Well, the good news is about the park outside the In-N-Out Burger, one of the trees fell over. So it's gone. So now you've got a really nice... Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's gone. So the Japan 787 Dreamliner crossing over runway 27. Yeah, so I've been talking about it. The park outside the In-N-Out Burger where Cranky Dork Fest will be on Saturday morning into the afternoon. If you guys have been there, there's been 3 large trees. Those trees are so large, they've probably been there for many years. And the largest of the trees, the one to the far west of the park, one branch fell down, they kept it going, and then the whole thing came down. So that tree is gone. So now it just gives you an even better view of the planes. Less shade. Though it should be beautiful weather. I think it's going to be like 74, 73 degrees around 11 a.m. when that starts outside the In-N-Out Burger. So it should be a beautiful day. Not too hot. Should be sunny. I'm thinking out loud. I'm thinking that we're going to do a little walk and talk live stream. That means Kevin's walking around with a little gimbal live stream on Saturday for the airside access. Would you guys like that? Would you get a little walk and talk so you feel like you're there? And then I'll take you in the Uber. We'll take an Uber together. How about that? And then we'll go over to the In-N-Out Burger. Would you guys like that? A little walk and talk in an Uber. I'd take a Waymo if we could. Self-driving. I wish I could take a Waymo. I don't think you can get a Waymo. Waymo can't drop you off or pick you up at the Flight Path Museum.
14, normal swing left, Bravo 8, motorway, Bravo 8.
Bravo 8, up there, Captain 14.
Transfer 14, contact pass.
Okay, Captain 14.
With about by 665, speed limit 1 arrival and advice necessary from India. Alright, and please don't have the advice yesterday from Istanbul.
I got one more arrival, Southwest flight, and then I believe Japan Airlines flight 65 heading back to Tokyo to meet up should be next. Alright, already clear for takeoff, heading back to Tokyo to Narita in the 787-8 Dreamliner. Outside the KLM Dreamliner now heading down here for a takeoff, heading back to Amsterdam. Alright, we got quite the lineup. Look at that lineup. Arriving and coming in from Chicago O'Hare, American Airlines flight 3311 on the 737-800. Alaska Airlines flight 14 heading to Reagan National, 737-800 up first for takeoff, followed by Delta Airlines flight 2533 heading to Seattle, 737-800. KLM, the flight heading back to Amsterdam, flight 640-3456, number 7 for takeoff. awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. Says, maybe I missed an answer on why the 787 goes to the opposite runway. I could show you exactly because the KLM is actually right, perfect spot to explain it to you. So right there on that taxiway, there's some tight turns, and because of the wingspan, it's a little too tight for the heavy aircraft. So KLM will wait to cross over 27. As you can see, that turn, it's a little bit tight. I would assume that's a temporary thing until the new terminal opens in a couple weeks. We'll find out when we come back in a few weeks. I would assume that's just a temporary bump in the road, so to speak. Also gifting 5 Airline videos live memberships. Whoa, we got trains too. Surfliner. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. Next arrival coming in from San Jose, California. Southwest Airlines flight 1695, 737-700. Windy. You guys like it loud? Going in loud right now.
Thank you. Last is Charlie Q. Can you pass the tail on this customer outside the question? Okay, if we got on the went over to Charlie
Yes. SBY. Hello. Allison Ann says, turn it up, turn it up. Make your neighbors go crazy. Let those walls rumble inside your house. Oh, he's coming across. I was like, what are you doing? Am I not ready yet? Oh, turn and burn for this Alaska. All right, KLM should be the next takeoff.
2990 out of the low 500, 734, thank you, Sierra.
2718 VFR out of the low 500. We'll maintain VFR out of the low 500. 734, thank you, Sierra. 195.
Again, this is KLM Flight 640, a 8-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner delivered to KLM in 2017. The American Flight 1651, that A321, sitting behind the KLM Dreamliner heading to Charlotte. Our next heavy arrival is British Airways Flight 265, committed from London Heathrow, 777-300ER, just 20 minutes away. Next up for arrival, we'll stay on this KLM Dreamliner. All right, clear for takeoff, heading back to Amsterdam. Let's head to our next arrival, another Southwest 737 short funnel for 27. Arriving with Southwest Airlines flight 3999, Kevin from Sacramento, 737-800. This flight heading to New Orleans. Southwest Airlines flight 2542, 737-700.
Runway 27 for pickup. Runway 27. 40 wind to tower, traffic 1 mile final, runway 27, line of 8. Runway 27, Delta 540.
We asked. Oh, they do? I thought that was last Sunday. Or it's this Sunday. Well, the media was invited, I think, last week. Yeah, it's a sore subject. We've reached out to them 3-4 times now and no answer. Well, I don't know what happened. I mean, we got invited to the airside a couple of years ago. Now they won't even answer our emails. Mr. E with the $2 super chat. Good to see you, Mr. E. Says San Diego for the win. Thank you, Mr. E. Train below us. Runway 34 right, Chris asking about the LAS letters. That's an interesting conversation. I've been watching the deconstruction of the LAX letters, and it looks like they basically took the bottom part of the X off and then stopped. This morning it looked like they still weren't working on anything, so I don't know if they kind of stopped for a few days. I thought that whole project was going to take a week to finish. You can definitely keep track of it on our 24-hour live cameras from high top to H Hotel, certainly the south side.
Before taking a limit tower, 50 Sandy, space north tower, roll 500, limit altitude 990, report passing Crystal.
Report passing Crystal 2, 990, outer below 500, 734, yeah.
Well, thank you, sir, maintain vehicle 500.
Oh, they did take the side of the A. Yeah, that was gone from last week. I don't know if they're working overnight. They certainly didn't do anything last night. Our next arrival is American Airlines Flight 1939, coming from Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, an A321. I think some of the LAX officials are going to be at that Cranky Dork Fest thing on Saturday, so I might have to just have a little extra microphone with me to ask them the question, where is the LAX sign going to? I can't imagine where it's going. You know, there's two other ones. There's two LAX signs on Sepulveda. Arrival, short funnel for 27. Moving on then, A321 with American, possibly, maybe, heading back to the gate. This flight was heading to Charlotte. Oh, Allison says they were working overnight. All right. Well, it's a slow process. Alright, so it looks like that American A321 heading back to the gate. It was in line for takeoff.
We will report the pier.
Southwest 737, short funnel for 27. Chicago O'Hare, flight 1779. It's a one-year-old A321 Neo. Our next arrival is Speedbird, British Airways, the 777-300ER, coming from London Heathrow, flight 265.
1770, 27, set the takeoff. Good takeoff. 1779. That's actually Whiskey leaving San Diego. Based on a mile and a half. Contact down Tower 121.
25. That's zero.
Tower 29, number tower, traffic 8 mile per hour, 27.
Runway 2, line up and way southwest, 2909.
That's 1770. Contact
All right, British Airways up next. Looks like they're going to get this Southwest 737-700 out of here first. Yeah, I heard about that WestJet incident in St. Martin. Closed down the... remember, there are only one runway there in St. Martin. So closed down the airport for, what, just over 24 hours? Pretty sure that WestJet is going to be sitting there at the airport for quite some time. All right, let's turn the camera around. We do have our next heavy arrival, British Airways 777-300ER.
Position, runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 27. Voice service, southwest,
South 26, 22, and be paired up.
We got southwest 26, 22.
22, hold to the runway 27.
27, southwest 26, 22.
Everything blew over and blew the audio board with it. It did sound like I was taking off, didn't it?
70, decrease through and you follow at full below 500.
That was a rocket launch. Are we good now? your comments there in the chat. Sorry. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. Allison's right. One day we need a BTS. Are we sure we're okay with the audio? It sounds a little overmodulated still. Turn it down slightly.
on my 7. Clear for takeoff, south of Plane 69. Pacific 47, and we
have a couple of exact shots lining up.
November Tower, Skyline 7 Kilo Whiskey for Albany. Clear now.
7 Kilo Whiskey, big red, 60 temperature.
7 Kilo Whiskey for the shooter.
You guys are all asking if I'm okay. Maybe I should go on camera just to show you I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm okay. I was as confused as you guys were. I was like, wow, that is crazy loud. I didn't realize that the Ed had fallen over, took the cable with it, and basically turned the knob on the audio board. Very slight movement, so you couldn't even tell it was going up full blast. That's what happened. But all good here in San Diego. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Thanks, you guys.
22, contact still out of Barker.
South of Plane 22 today.
Yeah, Pacific 47 on my 27. Takeoff.
27 clear to go.
632 Bravo Lima. Retire you electric jet.
Yes.
Let's see, 2 Bravo Lima on 27.
632.
Coaster be flying right by us on the tracks.
Traffic open to Reggie Quarter.
Putting us on like 27632 from.
Alright, 18, number current, red modifiers. We're almost to that. Thank you. Now it's 47, contact take out departure.
Okay, on departure, you may stand 5647.
Lima 27.
27, clear to land, yeah.
It's 2 Bravo Lima contact. Crowd departure.
Departure, you're off.
We can see the trains as they head back out of the station. Apparently I don't have a great shot of the trains heading into the station. They need to be on the outer track, which is usually when they're leaving downtown and heading back north.
18, 27, clear for takeoff.
7, 12, 18.
Medevac 279 Hotel Lumber Tower, caution with turns forward 5 mile final, traffic holding position, 37, caution with turbulence, runway 7 clear to land. 18, contact hotel departure.
LNL 1218, good day.
Next arrival is United Airlines flight 2029, coming up from Dulles, 737-900ER, followed by another exec jet. Atrium Health Med Center Air, coming in from Albuquerque, Pilatus PC-24, number 2 for arrival. Next heavy arrival is Lufthansa Flight 465, coming in from Munich on an A350-900, just 33 minutes away.
Leaving San Diego Airspace 6010.
And Limerick contact 257 with you to right.
So the 257 we're
Hawkeye, huh? Gregory B says. Allison says, E2 Hawkeye. You never know what you're going to see. All right, up next is that latest PC-24 coming from Albuquerque, Atrium Health Med Center Air.
Bravo 1 right close.
2751 runway.
Left up, 734, request 3. Also, we are Airline to Ahoy Shore, requesting 32. Shoreline completion, please.
Southwest flight heading to Oakland, flight 1198, 737-700. Followed by the Air Canada, flight 1015, heading to Vancouver, also a 737 MAX 8.
Mr. X-ray, I can only give you options towards the point of Omaha. The North Island airport has closed off the bay for the Cilantro.
So Air Canada's going to wait there. NetJets up next.
The passing will be through.
Air Canada 737 MAX 8 up next.
Yeah, 15 only 7 trips takeoff. 5182, cut apart, please. Apart, B182.
Next arrival is Nutshots, flight 649. It's a Cessna Citation latitude.
4 Victor X-ray leaving San Diego by 6. I'll have contact on tower 125.1.
25.1 Victor X-ray.
Stand by. Next 720 Papa Limber Tower, space off road 500 below 9 report passing OB clear.
900 below 5. This is Bravo quarter.
Command 20 Papa, this information, North Island is not allowing any transitions right now. Just expect go towards Point Loma only.
100 Papa. Limber Tower is 7-4 Victor. Actually, can we actually turn around here? We're just south of the pier and head back for no transition.
Turn right, Charlie 6, contact ground.
Charlie 6, ground. 49.
That's a 4 Victor X-ray, 180 is approved with the Crystal Pier. Traffic passing Crystal outbound 300 indicated.
180 approved with Crystal Pier. We'll look for that traffic. Victor X-ray.
H20 Papa, right and out, 2 miles offshore, advise
I
fuel.
think it's 2 miles offshore.
I don't know who they're talking to.
South at OB Pier, making it 80 to go northbound, 5 indicated. H20 Papa, then start the winding out. And think there's a connection with that stuff. You still could do.
Dover Southwest flight heading to Dallas Love Field. Woohoo! Flight 2004 is 737-700 heading down to 27. Next arrival, United Airlines flight 1302 coming from Denver, 737-800. Followed by Delta Airlines flight 2572 coming from Seattle is 737-800.
Falling offshore, major. Indicated. Traffic also on at the pier in front of you. Chief, report both side forward indicated. Command 220 Pop, traffic grounded Point Loma northbound here in indicated 860.
No, I have not, Chris. I have not been over there to Harbor Island.
With that traffic, you're leaving Square Space, contact on tower 125. Runway 27, clear to land.
Clear land, runway 27, for 25.
I always have my eye on what's going over here near the bay. Not seeing anything. A lot of chatter going on, but I can't figure out who Tower is talking to.
Leaving San Diego, where 60 change approved.
Change approved for Victor X-ray.
turn.
Avenor 0293. Back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Avenor. This is Pop Quiz. Which aircraft will be powered by 8 Rolls-Royce F-130 turbofan engines? You're going to let us know the answer to this Pop Quiz question. 8 engines. Next arrival is a Delta 737-800 coming in from Seattle, flight 2572.
96 to Macau, limit 27 through land.
Clear to land 27 left, 10 minutes.
Next arrival, Alaska Airlines flight 1096, coming in from Seattle, a 737-800. A Lufthansa A350-900, coming in from Munich, flight 466, now just 24 minutes away. Coming up to the top of the hour, almost 3 o'clock. These beautiful views.
Edward Tower, Kisker 36562 is up at the double off on North Island for the Kisker ramp.
Coast Guard coming in.
562 Limburg Tower, traffic 4 mile final 2007 Boeing 77, cleared San Diego Aerospace, planning limit altimeter 29089.
Clear that Bravo, negative 6, search and 29089 out. 10 minutes for the Kisker ramp, Kisker 6562.
1096 traffic, helicopter up to the field, northeast bound, clear indicated 660, they're going to land at a helipad stop, right off end.
Alright, we'll be looking on. Limburg Tower, Kisker 656, that traffic is will maintain all clear.
Kisker 6562, maintain position with that traffic.
We'll go good, 6562. Rise 2035, no, about say 27.
1096 traffic inside will maintain the separation. Flight 2035, 927 clear land. Thank you for keeping the group.
Translate back to Coast 6562.
Quite a bit of Coast Guard activity here today. Just 19 minutes away for that A350-900 Lufthansa flight coming in from Munich. What'd you say? Some flow issues. He's broken. Yeah. That's it right there? Really? I don't think the camera can see it. I don't want to move the tripod. That's really? That's it? Him going up there, right? Huh. So was there a scene in the building over there? Oh, the wind side. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Really? When did that get torn down? Okay. Ah. I bet, yeah. You guys' version of the Proud Bird? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah.
2035, we'll down the belt. Turn left, contact ground.
Okay. Right. So the United flight heading to SFO, not ready for takeoff just yet. It could be a flow issue going into SFO. It could be an issue with the airplane. Next Bravo is the flight coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. American Airlines flight 1951, a 737 MAX 8, followed by Southwest Airlines flight 2304, coming in from Dallas Love Field. Brand new 737 MAX 8 just delivered in May. Beautiful day for plane spotting here. Seems like we have a lot of new people in our chat here today. Thanks you guys for tuning in to Airline Videos Live. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin. We're here in San Diego. If you're new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Anthony says he's listening to the stream in his car. Sound is killer, dude. That means you're listening to KEVFM. Playing all your hits. We just got a whiff of Jet A. Oof. All right, next arrival, short final for 27. Definitely seeing our fair share of 737-700s with Southwest.
That's 4030, we're on Delta 840, hold the position on what you sent, Delaware. South Carolina, Delta 840. Delta 36, on what you sent, I'm going to send you.
All right, Lufthansa number 2 for landing here. GE with a definite Barbara Walters question here. She asking, what airport do you feel most unsafe at? What airport do I feel most unsafe at? What airport do I feel most unsafe at? Let me think here. It would probably be LAX, but not every location I feel unsafe. There's probably one location at LAX that I feel unsafe, and that is Plane Spotter Paradise. That's it. That's it. Of course, we've had a run-in there at Plane Spotter Paradise too, so. Todd, the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Todd. Says Kevin, that don't know what view is better, this or the H. Well, I think they both have their plus and minuses. Of course, we got the heavies and the supers there at LAX. Of course, we'll bring him back at Nighthawk on Friday atop the H Hotel. So you get both this week. Christian Anderson with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Christian. Says, hi, Kevin. Today is my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Christian. Hope it's a good one. What's up? How's it going? What's your name? Daniel? Say it again. Anton? Where are you guys from? Here? Germany. Oh, you got your, No, it's number 2. Yeah, it's number 2 for landing. Yeah, you're just in time. You guys like some stickers? You watch us there in Germany? Well, now you should. Oops. Yeah, we're on YouTube. On YouTube, yeah. Yeah, we're based out of LAX, just north of here, so. All right, Lufthansa A350, number 2 for arrival. Up first, Delta Airlines flight 843 coming in from Atlanta. It's an A321.
Traffic on 4 miles on the heavy.
All right, I'm next. Next heavy arrival. Lufthansa A350 900 coming in from Munich.
A43 from left Bravo 8 column, pick up. Bravo 8 column, A40. keep up ahead on the left side of the line. Taxi out 1. Contact left 129.7. Channel 75 Yankee will turn left 9, pause 1, and the frequency please. Left is on 100.7. Number 5, 129.7. Bye-bye.
You guys were talking about a NASCAR at the naval base. When is that? Right, KLM Dreamliner, it's already gone. Yeah. And then Japan Airlines brings in the Dreamliner in the morning too, so. On Wednesdays, British Airways brings in a Dreamliner as the second flight. So they have 2 flights on Wednesday. So, yeah. American Airlines Flight 1617 heading back to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas in A321. Followed by American Airlines Flight 3311 heading to Chicago O'Hare at a 737-800. Also got Baker Aviation Cessna Citation X heading to San Jose, California, Flight 992. Still have that United flight that was heading to SFO still sitting over there. June of 2026. All right, good to know. Next June. We're already thinking of next June already. Oh boy.
Audio 992 on the descent. Clear for takeoff, no intercept. That's it. Clear for 3311. Oh, that's 6 miles on the descent line. Line up on 827, American 3311. Clear for 17 coming in from this one. That's a 760, hold on, close, sir. American 3311 on the descent. Let's take off on 7 American 3211.
This is a flight heading to Chicago O'Hare.
basic DX on the 274.
Turkey 10, clip take, let's go see.
I know you guys were thinking about June, and I got to think about October, November. We got a couple of trips coming up. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 760 coming in from Phoenix, 737-800.
Another 1763 number 10. 1763. Will the other English as well? The west side of my thing, I don't know where you're waiting. We'll go to the 1763. Basically, SoCal, Galaxy. That's 3599. You can line it. 210 point. That's way down.
I don't know if that shot turned out. I like that shot. I don't know. He'll get another try here in about a couple of minutes.
2 seconds.
United flight heading back to Newark, flight 427, 737 MAX 8.
On the 27, clear plate, 427. We are ready to go. They hold short over 2731. What time is 2731?
I think the San Francisco bound flight said he's ready to go. Carl asking how the traffic was heading down here to San Diego. It was about just under 2.5 hours, Carl. Wasn't too bad. We've seen worse. We've seen better. I guess it's average. Get this flight heading to SFO. Haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, a friendly reminder. Feed the beast. If you're new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Then make sure your notifications are all set. Our next live broadcast will be on Friday up in LA, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's a late show. That means we have Nighthawk action for you. It's a big party going on high atop the H Hotel that night. A lot of you guys will be there. Then we'll be back with the big Sunday show on Sunday. And next week, I don't know. I might jump in the car and head north. I feel like we need a little San Francisco treat. What do you say? This is where they're heading to SFO. A little turn and burn now, rolling down to 27. Is the Wi-Fi fixed there? I don't know. We'll find out. Take this boat for a 2-hour cruise. Gosh, I gotta tell you, we were doing so well at SFO there for a while. The beginning of the year, perfect live streams. Then we go up there, and it all just fell apart, not just once, but twice, but 3, 4 times. Next arrival is United Airlines Flight 2683, coming from Chicago O'Hare, 737-900 ER. Did you guys see? I didn't click on an article this morning, but I saw that there was an article about Sun Country utilizing 737-900 ERs. I'm pretty sure their whole fleet consists of 737-800s. I didn't have time to click on the story. Did anybody click on that story? Where is Sun Country getting their 737-900 ERs from? Are you guys cool with SFO for next week? If we do go to SFO next week, it will be Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday. So back-to-back days SFO. Wednesday, Thursday. That's how we usually do it up there, SFO. That means no San Diego next week. Gotta change it up. Linda says SFO works. Scott A says yes. Armin V, whatever Grandma says, oh yes. Jane says yes. I miss SFO. I want a Wagyu burger. We were in Dallas. I can't remember what restaurant we were at. And I saw on the appetizer menu, there was Wagyu meatballs for an appetizer, but there was no Wagyu hamburger. I thought that was kind of weird. But I instantly told Charlie, I'm like, Wagyu meatballs. We never got them. Trevor says SFO, definitely yes. PSA Steve says SFO, yes. Teresa says yes. Joni's asking, will Adam be there? Adam will probably be at school. Debbie D says, yes, I love SFO. What's that? Yes, SFO? All right, everyone in here in person says yes to SFO. There we go. Jonas says Sun Country 737-900s are ex-Oman Air. How many are they getting?
Go. Plane B ready to go after traffic 4 mile final. I was ready, South 1110.
Joni says, oh yes, SFO. Christina says, love SFO. Donica says, oh yes to SFO, Kevin. All right, SFO it is. Wish I should probably check to make sure it's not raining up there. Raining tomorrow, 35% chance of rain, 35% chance of rain. SFO tomorrow. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, 74 degrees as the high. I'm sorry, Wednesday, Thursday, 74. Thursday, 76 and sunny, so beautiful. Linda, I haven't looked at the hotel prices. I should probably look at hotel prices. Yeah. Next arrival is that flight coming in from Chicago O'Hare, flight 2683, a 737-900ER. Oh, gotta get that great picture.
Southwest 2297, let me come. Hold the position on the 27 for that. Before the last Southwest 4297.
Kami is asking how long of a drive is it from LAX to SFO? On a good day, it's 5.5 hours, Kami. On a bad day, it could be close to 8 hours. It could be a really long day if you get stuck in traffic. It should be 5.5. It's about the same distance from LAX to Phoenix Sky Harbor. So it's definitely a lot longer of a trip than San Diego. That's why I usually go up for a couple of days instead of just a day. I can make San Diego into a day trip. I leave LAX around 8 o'clock in the morning and get here about 10:30, 10:45. Set up for the 11 o'clock live stream. And then I usually head back up to LAX same day. But certainly when you head to Phoenix and SFO, it's kind of a long drive to try to do it in one day.
Southwest, in contact with the departure today. We'll see you soon. Southwest 4191, reduce final approach. Reduce final approach speed, Southwest 4190.
Yes, definitely we're going back to Ontario this fall once it gets a little bit cooler.
24, 3 by company, 4 mile final, wind 28, runway 27 for land. Well, actually for the company, runway 2, third line, Southwest 16. Turn left at Bravo 8. Okay, grounded during exit, please.
That's true. Taxiway Lima. There are a bunch of great airports within a 6-hour radius of LAX. It's too bad Burbank and John Wayne just won't jump on board. Those are 2 airports that just are not on our list. Unfortunately, they just don't understand and more than likely don't care. But we've also reached out to Vegas Airport. We haven't heard back from them.
On the 27 full length, because the gate light on that. 27 line up and wait 5 control. Southwest 4191, turn left Bravo 8, contact ground. Left on Bravo 8, Southwest 4190.
Seattle just doesn't have a great place for live streaming. Portland does. Portland is one of those cities I've been meaning to get up to. I could do that in a quick day trip.
Patrol 10, limit turn, by traffic 5 mile final, we're at 27 to land. Liquid traffic, looking out. That's okay.
Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 1624, committed from Chicago Midway, 737-800. Will be followed by Delta Airlines flight 1210, and committed from Salt Lake City, and an A321. We do have Southwest Airlines flight 2962, heading to Phoenix, and a 737 MAX 8. I live with that contact, FSS, everything. 119.6, commander, open. Limit air traffic, 8 mile following, 927 line 4. Linda asking, am I doing Thanksgiving? Excuse me, am I doing Thanksgiving in Phoenix? And the answer to that is yes. And more than likely, I will also be doing Christmas time in Phoenix as well this year. So you can bet we'll be in Phoenix around Thanksgiving as well as Christmas. Of course, the New Year's will be high atop the H Hotel. Johnny, I have not considered Reno. Not every airport makes for a good live stream. Just keep that in mind.
2708, runway 27, take off. Runway 27, south, 2960. That's our Delta 12 10. Clear to land. Delta, runway 27, good land. Clear to land. Delta 12 10.
James Allen asking, how about Chicago O'Hare? We would love to go back to Chicago O'Hare. We really did. We love that area. They just won't let us live stream from that gravel pit area. Trust me, I love O'Hare.
Target at 167 Alpha, emerging bound.
167 out. Limit time number 2 behind an Airbus on a mile.
So in case you guys are just tuning in here today, we do have a couple of trips. One is 100% definite. The other one is just still waiting on word from the hotel. So the two trips, besides the trips in California and Arizona, November 9th, which is a big Sunday show, November 9th, Rudy and myself will be at Founders Plaza there at DFW. They're in Dallas. November 9th, as well as the 10th. But the big show is on the 9th. That is a Sunday show at Founders Plaza. Be there or be square. November 9th, DFW. Now we'll be heading back to New York, TWA Hotel, looking like mid-October, but as I said, I'm still waiting on word from the hotel. Once we get a green light from them, then we'll make it official.
Small funnel at 27 line board.
Probably 127, just before.
After 3159, 1 departure party. TWA would be a midweek, just like we usually do. We'll be back in LA for the big Sunday show in LA. We're talking about the New York, October. Be a midweek trip. I can't talk today. It's my headphones. I can't hear myself very well. Copper 3159, wind 09, runway 27, go ahead.
Airline 2, Copper 3159.
We got Jet 4. Good contact, for approach, good day.
Good day.
Next arrival is Southwest Airlines at 3159, committed from Sacramento, 737-700. Followed by United Airlines, flight 1106, committed from SFO, and the 737-800.
Southwest.
1106, number 10, is at 9, runway 27 for land. 1127 now,
What's up, Alex? Alex there in Boston. Are you guys all sad about the retirement of the E190s? Trevor with the super chat. Thanks so much, Trevor. This is Kev. How about Vancouver, Canada stream of the future? Your first for the channel is the best location for potential Canadian stream. I think so. Yes, definitely. That is definitely a place we've been talking about there, Trevor. Vancouver. You know how nice it was to go to Dallas and not have to lug all this streaming equipment? I got spoiled this past week. Traveling with all this equipment is not the funnest thing to do, especially when you're by yourself. Of course, we didn't have all this equipment when we went to Dallas. Right, those little DJI Osmo 3s. That's what we shot the whole BTS with. They fit in the overhead luggage. Of course, not very heavy. Boy, it was nice. Sure. Yes. Absolutely. There you go. How long are you guys in town for? Oh, okay. Wow, it's quick. Wow. All right. Did you guys fly in on Lufthansa? All right, cool. Well, have a good flight back. Yeah. Excellent. All right, well, enjoy. Enjoy the nice weather. All right, we'll see you guys. All right, bye-bye. Joni says, do AVO on the fly with the Osmo. I wish I could do that. Just doesn't work that way. Joni, I wish. Ramondo becoming a platinum member once again. Thank you so much, Ramondo. Christopher Brown, the stream will be at Founders Plaza. That is the park at DFW. Unfortunately, I'm hearing that Waltz with Runway DFW is actually going to be out of town that weekend. So I don't think Walt's going to be there, unfortunately.
I thought it was going to be cheap. I thought it was 2988.
Next arrival is that flight coming from SFO, United Airlines flight 1106, 737 to 800.
706, turn 8, 9, or 10. There's no traffic on final.
Such a beautiful day.
2977.
Bravo 8, over to ramp, United 1102.
Thank you, Allison. You know, I kept on. Allison just texted me and said that the Hainan Dreamliner that heads to Tijuana that we always see fly over. I've been watching Flight Radar 24. She says not going to happen today. It's running late. So thank you for that update there. How's Trouble doing? Yeah. A what? Whipped cream video? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Very nice. How old is Trouble? 13, huh? Is that Instagram or is it? How many subscribers do you have on both?
Number Tower Wave 2608 on the line.
Okay. Yes, yes. Because I always lose everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. All right, perfect. I like those cars. They're very nice. Is that a tabby?
Yeah.
It is a tabby.
And all of our cats came from Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. So the tabbies are just, they're the smartest of them, aren't they? Rudy's got that orange tabby. And that cat is like a dog. Which ones? The tabbies? Yeah, oh, they do. Alright, wanna get that selfie? We'll also take one on my phone, then I can send it to Charlie. Do you have an iPhone? No, you don't have an iPhone.
Tower 3301, limit turn number 2 behind 3 mile final, wind 2608, that's the line. Delta 3013, that's okay, approach today.
Delta 3013.
guys out of here. All right, we'll see you on Saturday.
3741, continue down to 9 feet, Bravo 9 and contact ramp
Oh.
4297.
I had to sit there and think about that for a second. Well, all right, well, enjoy your drive. All right, we'll see you guys on Saturday. Oh, I'm good. Thank you. All right, see you guys. Boy, what happened to our airport? Got quiet. I guess I'll jump on camera here. Hello, everyone. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin. Airport got really quiet. Of course, I've always got my eye out for action over there in the Bay as well as North Island, and that's quiet as well. I'll make sure I'm not quiet. Let me know in the chat where you guys are watching from here today. Of course, we're here in San Diego. We'll be back at LAX on Friday, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific for a little Nighthawk action high top the H Hotel. Then we'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. And if everything goes well, we'll be heading up north to SFO for 2 days of live streaming next week. So sit back, relax, got you covered. Should have more action coming up. Linda watching there in Chicagoland. David M. watching from Vancouver, British Columbia. Warrior WAC-17 watching from Denver. Stuart watching in Spokane, Washington. Mike Apple is Appeal. Mike Appeal. Portland, Oregon. Amir, Moscow, Russia. Wow, look at that. Marco, La Puente, California. Nanny Needles, Nancy, of course, watching there in Michigan. Guitar Player 48 in Carson, California. Teresa in beautiful Ohio. Tori, our friend Tori Joe, watching there in Tokyo. Nathan watching in Iowa. Samuel watching in Fort Collins, Colorado. I got more planes heading down to 27. Also, that FedEx feeder, the ATR 72 600 freighter coming in from Tijuana. Flight 7122 just popping up on the radar, about to take off from Tijuana. We'll be heading up here. Alaska Airlines Flight 432 heading to Tampa, Florida. 737-800 heading down for takeoff. Followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1135 headed to Seattle. A 737 MAX 9. And Delta Airlines Flight 2572 headed to Seattle. A 737-800. Let's see. Where else you guys watching from?
Vodka 432.
Vodka 432, 122, runway 27, so take off.
Let's take off Vodka 432.
Stephanie B. watching there in Montreal, Canada. Lyric, the Game Point, they're in Inglewood. Carol watching in Palos Verdes. Janice, Overland Park, Kansas. Kevin Mothershaw, they're in the UK. Barbara Smith watching there in Tyler, Texas. Mohammed from Saudi Arabia. Missy watching there in Charleston, South Carolina. Dolo the Great, Auburn, California. Abby C, San Francisco Bay Area. TS, office in Yorba Linda, California. Australian flights, Melbourne.
want to go with 27 last point?
Runway 27 left, still up 30.
Alaska 1135, tapping me up on diversion, runway 27, close take off.
Runway 27 left, so let's take that.
25, 72, link out, traffic 10, 27 on point. Hold on point, thank you. Alpha 432, what's up for today?
Goodbye.
Contact social departure today.
KD left 139.
672, 12707, runway close takeoff.
Like he said, close takeoff for quick.
On the tower was 2807, runway 27. Man. Is it 2198 on the tower? Can you take it on the left? Hey, Tom, we can take it. No. Alright, 2198, traffic on a 5-mile final, no delay to the end around the corner. 7, close signal.
No delay, close signal. 2198.
And an E-Jets.
Contact social departure
Running
today.
down to 27.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull off of that E-Jet.
Alpha 30, for tower number 2, wind 3008, 27 for land.
Land 27.
Alright, the 2198, that's what departure today.
Beep, beep. Next Bravo, American Airlines, flight 2361, coming from Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, 737-800.
Okay, 2361, turn left, 18, welcome around, have a good day.
Up next, Southwest Airlines Flight 3880, committed from Oakland, California, 737-700, followed by Hawaiian Airlines Flight 628, committed from Honolulu at A321neo. We also have that FedEx feeder, Flight 7122, committed from Tijuana on that ETR 72-600 freighter, just 5 minutes out.
Visual 628, limit tide number 2, going traffic 3, final, traffic will hold in position, runway 27 for
The Southwest flight committed from Oakland, followed by the flight committed from Honolulu. contact ground, have a good day.
Operating ground, ready to exit.
Thanks, Jerry. They're not mine.
Number 2 behind an Airbus on final, runway 27 for land. 27 clear.
Hey, Barb! The packages have arrived. Go pick them up.
Southwest 1483, then card number 9 company, 6 mile final, winds 28, runway 27 for land.
27, land Southwest 1483.
It's the Hawaiian A321neo committed from Honolulu. Next up for arrival.
for a question, citation, Alpha Charlie, I'm trying to taxi up to hold short 27 at 1. We're going to hold short at Charlie 1.
Joshua, the next show will be on Friday, 4 p.m. Pacific, high atop the H Hotel. So Nighthawk action, but we haven't had Nighthawk high atop the H Hotel in quite some time.
Auto 7122, limb turn number 3, traffic in position, runway 27 for land. Land runway 27,
That was Southwest Airlines coming in from Phoenix, flight 1833 on the 737 MAX 8. Next arrival, Southwest Airlines flight 1483, coming in from Honolulu, 737 MAX 8, followed by that FedEx feeder, the ATR. Tina Marie gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Tina. And KME back. The $1 super chat. Thanks so much, KME. Osprey. To our next arrival, ATR. FedEx feeder coming from Tijuana.
Slow down further southwest 2786. 1198, reduce flight approach speed. 27. Station 6 Alpha Charlie, contact, what can I report you today? Departure, 6 Alpha Charlie, 6. Bravo 7122, Charlie 6 and contact ground. 6 ground, good day, Trans 7122.
Short hop for this ATR 72 coming in from Tijuana.
Bravo 9 in contact ground, traffic 3 mile final. Bravo 9 ground, 1198.
Next, Bravo Southwest Airlines flight 2786 coming in from Vegas, 737-700. Cayman Duffer. The $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Cayman. This is a great stream, Kevin. And shout out to Cade, who's watching. Hello, Cade. Thanks, you guys. And Anna, the dispatcher. Anna, who I just saw last week. They're in Dallas. The $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Anna. This is first time catching San Diego show. What a beautiful view. I should do my cockpit jump seat there. You should. What a view it would be on your arrival, too.
Number 34, limit tower was 27010, cut 4, runway 27, come on. 7 clear to land, go west.
And Anna, tell everyone I say hello. They're at Southwest.
Southwest 2786, Bravo 8, traffic holds for you in contact ground.
Next takeoff will be Southwest Airlines flight 760. We'll be heading back to SFO on the 737-800. Offspring. Tuesday, almost Wednesday. I know a lot of you guys are coming out to LA for Spot LAX. A lot of you guys getting in on Thursday. Am I right? Thursday. Next arrival is Alaska SkyWest Flight 3482 coming up from SFO and E-Jet. You know, you guys are talking about the views. The views are out of whack. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a YouTube glitch. Something is up. It seems like it got corrected for a few weeks, and then in the last week, it seems to have gone back to the craziness. I think it's a YouTube glitch.
121 Bravo Zulu, Little Tower, West 23, Skyline 14, 127 the line. Skyline 1 Bravo Zulu. Skyline 3042, turn left 18, contact ground, have a good day. Left 18, ground, Skyline 3482.
James Allen, the terminal actually doesn't open until 2 weeks from today, so it'd be 2 weeks on the 23rd of September. That is when Terminal 1 actually opens here in San Diego. So we still have 2 weeks before the opening. There's a public opening, so the public can go see it on Sunday, this Sunday here in San Diego. But the official opening day is 2 weeks from today. Is heading to Chicago Midway, flight 457. United flight heading to SFO, flight 2117 to 737-900ER, followed by Southwest Airlines flight 760 heading to SFO and a 737-800.
Change your flight to 500, altimeter 297, report Ocean Beach Square. Outside of the medevac. Upper 760 Roger, hold short, over 2, and then 5.
Southwest flight heading to SFO. Do have a Dassault Falcon 50 coming up from Dallas Love Field. That is the next arrival. Ooh. Is that car ship? Going back to Honolulu. You guys were telling me last time that this, we saw this ship come in. Apparently it has Nissan cars on board. Is this the same ship? Come back to that.
Contact us yesterday. That's first of here. Alpha 4999 was 26027, quick takeoff. 4999. 2 of them tell right 27 line point. Hey, runway 2762.
Off to sea for that boat. British Airways Flight 264, the 777-300ER flight heading back to London Heathrow, popping up on the radar. Should be heading down here for a takeoff on 27. Sounds like GE90 starting up. Airlines flight 1624 heading to Vegas, 737-800 heading down to 27, as well as American Airlines flight 1951 heading to Phoenix, 737 MAX 8.
That's a 1951 hotel with 7 on the 27 for takeoff.
Quick takeoff, American 1951.
Copper 1524, contact Central Parking. Southwest 24, switching Quebec.
Brian Dennis says it looks like that ship that we just saw is going to Korea. Will take 15 days to get there, just over 2 weeks. Wow.
In 1951, contact Central Park today. That's 1951. Good day. That was 3491. Skyler 3491. Number 2 by traffic 6 mile final, right 27. 27, good landing. That's fine. Good, just 640. Carry up 30.
Some of you guys are asking when our next live stream is. It is Friday. Once again, Friday, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. 4 p.m. Pacific, Friday, back high atop the H Hotel. Then we'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. And stay tuned for a little walk and talk live stream on Saturday, as we'll take you along to Cranky Dork Fest and the festivities there at LAWA, LAX in the morning.
contact over Park today.
See the British Airways 777 that's starting to taxi over here.
3491, reduce first people, 1 departure. 4 on the clock. You want to continue that?
Southwest flight coming in from Baltimore, Maryland, a 737 MAX 8. Southwest Airlines flight 1919. NC218 with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. This is great. Views of the Bay in Navytown, USA. Thanks. Well, my pleasure. Always a good time here in San Diego. And a friend there in Chicago, Linda Kavinsky, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. We'll see Linda this weekend. Y'all excited there, Linda? The big weekend spot, LAX. Linda says she's packed and ready to go. That was an E-Jet committed from Fresno, California, Alaska SkyWest at 3491.
I wouldn't know about full time, but we'll what is that? I got it. That's the 5-7 time outside one. Oh, okay. Well, that's the great to know, but
yes, Joshua, there will be Nighthawk on Friday's live stream. Alright, so Speedbird going to cross over 27. Linda says she's very excited about Spot LAX. I think we got a corporate exec chat up next. Making their way over to runway 27. Of course, it's a 777 to 300ER heading back to London Heathrow.
Copy. 159 with 2808, runway 27. Quick takeoff. 27, takeoff. 159.
Approaching the 5 o'clock hour here, local time. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast. If you're new to the channel, see a lot of new people in the chat here today. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. And our next live broadcast, again, will be on Friday. We'll do a little pop-up stream on Saturday and then our main show on Sunday. So lots of live streaming ahead this week. Of course, we also have our 24-hour live streams, 24/7 live streams of High Atop the H Hotel and our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. We're over, gosh, we're almost to 11,000 subscribers on AVL Plus. Already clear for takeoff, heading back to London Heathrow.
Southbound, continue down 500 feet over below, giving upward, in 2 miles, contact North Airline 135.
Into the clouds. Abby C with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Abby. And Chris with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate that. Says, this is my hometown airport. My favorite airplane is the one that's going to be taken off here soon. Was it the British Airways 777? That was quite the shot, huh? Thank you, Chris. Good to be here in your hometown. flight arriving, Southwest Airlines flight 494, coming from SFO, a 737 MAX 8. This 737-700 heading to Denver, flight 1771. There was Southwest Airlines, followed by Alaska SkyWest, flight 3453, heading to SFO on an E-Jet. Do have a UPS 767 to 300 ER coming up from Louisville, Kentucky, flight 2634, just 5 minutes away. I've ever seen that radar. That radar seems to be on that ship. Does that mean that it's going to move? Alaska Airlines flight 474 coming up from Atlanta, 737-800 up next, followed by that UPS 767.
San Diego Tower, UPS 2636 heavy, 636 heavy, Limber Tower, runway 2 for the land, transform in position. Okay, so it is 736.
It's a Joello with a $5 super chat. Appreciate that. So staying at the H in 2 weeks before flying Qantas A380 to Australia. If you're live on Tuesday the 23rd, I'll try to say hi. We might actually be back down here
San Diego International
in San Diego, because that's the day that the Terminal 1 opens. So it'd be probably wise for us to be back down here on that Tuesday the 23rd. But have a great flight. Have a great time at the H Hotel.
San Diego cross Bravo out below 500 feet. Crystal Pier 07 Delta.
All right, Lufthansa, the A350-900 heading back to Munich. Now popping up on the radar. Should be heading down for takeoff on 27. that UPS 767 at 300ER coming in from Louisville, Kentucky.
Oscar 4 turn left, 1 able, coming up. Left and over, ground left, 4 turn.
United flight heading back to Chicago O'Hare, flight 2486 is 737-900ER, be followed by Delta heading back to Salt Lake City, flight 1210 on an A321. Lufthansa A350-900 marching down, we'll cross over to 27.
Clear to cross, Bravo. I'll probably be coming back in a couple minutes. Back south. And 2486 or only 7, only 27, United 36.
So they got two heavies they're going to have to cross. UPS will have to cross back over 27. This is the first to cross over at UPS. Heading over to the cargo area, which is just north of the airport. And Lufthansa A350 heading back to Munich will continue its taxi and head to 27. Tombot 14 with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Tombot. Saga, been in for just a bit and have seen helos, ospreys, ships moving, and incredible touchdowns. Thanks as always. Well, my pleasure. Always quite a show here in San Diego. Thank you, Tombot.
304 reduced. That was 410 or like 27. Big off from 27 till 12.
flight 467. 1-year-old A350-900 headed back to Munich. I'm sure they can see me up here. I waved just a little bit, nothing too over the top, just a little high. I can't even see in the cockpit, it's so dark. All right, they are now clear to line up. All right, clear for takeoff. Ooh, I'm feeling a little turn and burn. Turn it, burn it. Now heading back to Munich.
Back to 12:45, 9:27. At 12:30, tower runway 27 to the right. Line 27, last, get 12:75. 2 Papa, have it right.
There's an off spray.
T6 is 400 feet. The point one we're looking for is like for northbound Spirit. 26, number Charlie, got coming to 2986, clear through flat forward space, as well 500 feet, report past the Spirit. 2986, clear to Spirit, so 3026 will go.
Richard Flair with a $10 super chat. Good to see you, Richard. Richard says, hello from Chicago. Here in Chicago Midway. Kevin, did you hear about the WestJet landing gear collapse in St. Martin? Yeah, we originally heard about it on Sunday, happening during our big Sunday show. I've seen all the videos, seen all the photos. I was talking about it earlier. That 737-800 ain't going anywhere. It's going to be there in St. Martin probably for, do I dare say, years. All right, you guys. I think that is going to do it for us here today. I'm your plane jockey. Hi, camera, you're in the way. I am your plane jockey, Kevin, here in San Diego. Another awesome day. Wrapping up here. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in. Thank you so much for your awesome support. And thanks to our great mods. Always doing a great job as well. Our next live broadcast will be on Friday. High on top. You know, sometimes not looking through a viewfinder and just looking how close we are to the planes here on top of this parking garage, it does amaze me how close we are. This is about as close as you're going to possibly get to the arrivals. That's why we love it. Great sounds, great action. And we'll be back high atop the EH Hotel on Friday, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. So we'll see you then for a little Nighthawk action. Of course, Rudy will be joining me as well on Friday. And lots of you guys high atop the EH Hotel. All right. Have a great Wednesday and Thursday. Take care of yourself and each other. I need them. Apparently, I need to go make a phone call to a federal office.
Control 0, runway 27 to the left. Runway 27 along control 04.
everyone. Good night, San Diego. Stay classy. See you back in Los Angeles on Friday. Good night, everyone.